Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Just checking. I'm Sunuj Alexander from Carla Infra.
Good morning, I'm Sundhushri.
Yeah. Just to check, all things okay, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You're audible and you can see it clearly.
Sure. Done. So I'm signing off, and I'll sign in around 11:15. If I log off.
Would it be possible for you to log in by around 11?
No. It will be too early for me. I've got my slots fixed. So
Okay.
I'm going to log in by 11:15. 12 is my time.
So if you could stay back for a few minutes for inauguration, at around 10:30 and then log off and then come back to your speech.
Okay. So I'll stay mute.
Yeah, sure. That's not a problem. You keep logged in, you can stay mute.
A very good morning to one and all present here on the occasion of World Habitat Day 2020. I, Rachna DR, Assistant Professor and PG Coordinator, welcome BMS trustees in their absentia, our beloved Director, Dr. Mamta Viraj, who is one of the speakers for today's event. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to the speakers of today's event, Architect Senoj Alexander, Mr. Pramod, and Moderator Architect Gargi Ghosh. I also welcome students and faculty across BMSCA family. World Habitat Day. The United Nations has designated the first Monday of October of every year as World Habitat Day to reflect on the state of our towns and cities and on the basic rights of all to sufficient shelter. The day is also intended to remind the world that we all have the power and responsibility to shape the future of our cities and towns. The theme for World Habitat Day 2020 is Housing for All, a Better Urban Future. On this occasion, EMAC Habitat Design BMSCA proudly presents Housing for All, Perspectives and Challenges with three eminent speakers who will present their viewpoints on the theme, followed by moderator session. Now, let's begin this event on a positive note with an invocation song by our very own alumni, architect Rohit Aras.
ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿಹನ್ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿಹನ್ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಮ ಕೊಲ್ಲನ ಮೈರಿ ಸುತನಾದ ಸುಂಟಿಲ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಗಣನಾಥನೇ ಕಾಣಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿಹನ್ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಮೂರೆ ಕಪ್ಪಿನ ಭಾವ ಮೊರದಗಲದ ಕಿವಿ ಕೋರೆದೊಡೆಯನಾರಮ್ಮ ಮೂರೆ ಕಪ್ಪಿನ ಭಾವ ಮೊರದಗಲದ ಕಿವಿ ಕೋರೆದಡೆಯನಾರಮ್ಮ ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣನ ಸುತ ಮುರಿದಿಟ್ಟ ಚಂದ್ರನ ಧೀರತ ಗಣನಾಥನೇ ಕಾಣಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿಹನ್ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ರಾಶಿ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಬಲ್ಲ ರಮಣಿ ಹಂಬಲನುಲ್ಲ ರಾಶಿ ಗಣಿವನ್ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ರಾಶಿ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಬಲ್ಲ ರಮಣಿ ಹಂಬಲನುಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷಿಗನಿವನ್ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಲೇಸಾಗಿ ಜನರ ಸಲಹುವಗಾಗಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವನ ದಾಸ ಕಣೆ ಅಮ್ಮಯ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿಹನ್ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಮಗೊಲ್ಲನ ವೈರಿ ಸುತನಾದ ಸುಂಡಿಲ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಗಣನಾಥನೇ ಕಾಣಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿಹನ್ಯಾರಮ್ಮ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you so much, Rohit. That was a beautiful song, and it has really started us off on a positive note. With this, we will come to the main part of the program. Over to you, Rachna ma'am.
Thank you, Sindhushri. Now it gives me a great honor to introduce and welcome Dr. Mamta Piraj, Director, BMS College of Architecture. She has been in academics for almost 3 decades in BMS institution and is currently heading BMS College of Architecture as the director. She is a PhD holder from the University of Mysore and had graduated the top of her class with 3 gold medals in Masters of Urban Research and Planning. She has published more than 45 papers in various journals, national and international conferences. She has been guiding research scholar and has also guided award-winning projects. Also a chairperson and a member in various academic bodies and institutions. She is also associated with various professional bodies across the country. She is actively involved in the consultancy work, the recent one being the Bannerghatta Biological Park Plaza. She has also been instrumental in establishing the Industry Institute Connect. She has many prestigious awards to her credit. To name a few, the prestigious Adarsh Vidya Saraswati Rashtriya Puraskar Award by Glacier Journal Research Foundation, Global Management Council, Ahmedabad, in recognition of her noble work done in interest of students, teachers, and the entire education fraternity. She is also won the Distinguished Educator and Scholar Award by NEFT, Coimbatore, also the A3F Teacher Award by A3 Foundation, and conferred award by the Practicing Architects Association for contribution to architectural education in Karnataka. I now request Professor Dr. Mamta Piraj to address the gathering, followed by her presentation on Housing a Paradox.
Yeah, thank you, Rachna. To begin with, I'm glad that we are here today to celebrate the World Habitat Day and also World Architecture Day, which falls on October 5th, 2020 this year. Before we go into in-depth of that, on behalf of BMS College of Architecture, I extend a very warm welcome to our speakers. That's Architect Senoj V. Alexander, who is the Senior Vice President, Kale Infrastructure. A very warm welcome to you, sir, on behalf of BMS College of Architecture. Also, I extend a hearty welcome to Mr. Pramod N.S., Transaction Manager, GE. A very warm welcome to you too. Also, I'm glad to extend a hearty welcome to our moderator for today's session, Architect Gagi Ghosh, Manager, Urban Planning, Sky Group. Today, this would have not been possible without the support and continuous guidance extended by BMS Education Trust Management. I extend a thank you note on this occasion for giving us an opportunity to gather here and also discuss and listen to the speakers on this World Habitat Day. Also, MARC program team, that's Architect Rashmi, as Associate Professor, Architect Rachna, and Architect Sindhu, who have made this possible today with continuous efforts. I definitely thank all three of you for making this possible today. So with this note, I would like to continue my presentation, being the first speaker of the session today. Can you share the... Next. Once again, greetings on World Habitat Day 2020 and also World Architecture Day 2020. And coming to the first part of this World Habitat, go back, what are you doing? Go to the second slide, please. Yeah. Going to the next slide now. I'm sorry. Yeah. Now, next slide. Yeah, just hold on. It's jumping. Go to the Urban October 2020 slide, please. Yeah. Just hold on. I'm sorry. So if you look into this, I think United Nations has declared it as Urban October, where they have 31 days of promoting a better urban future, and October 5th being the World Habitat Day. And it has declared the theme for this 2020 as Housing for All, a Better Urban Future. And also it happens to be World Architecture Day, and they are in sync with the same theme where they are looking at towards a better urban future. And on 31st of October, World Cities Day, they have the theme on valuing communities and cities. So this is what the program they have spread across for the Urban October 2020. Yeah, next. So today I would like to touch upon one of the factors which is making us wonder why there is this housing paradox. Because most of the times, if you see, there's a time when people are in dire need of shelter. There is a need for shelter. But at the same time, millions of houses and apartments remain unoccupied. Now, this is the housing paradox, what exists in the current scenario. Well, today my presentation would cover some of the facts and the background and overview of United Nations, how BMS College of Architecture is associated with UN Association, and also the background of World Habitat Day and what it means to us when we talk of human habitat, and the theme, Housing for All, a Better Urban Future. Where are we at right now? And all the more in the present challenges of pandemic, and what is that we need to look into, and what are the various government initiatives and schemes that are there. And finally, I would like to conclude with some of the strategic proposals which we need to look into. Yeah, next. Next. Yeah. Now, housing sector and its dynamics, it is a crucial parameter for urban development in the current scenario, be it in India or worldwide. Now, to comprehend the housing sector, there is a need to understand the existing conditions and also the impact of the pandemic which we are facing right now. There's a need to evaluate the role of government setup, and also being an academician, I personally feel that academia and research can significantly contribute in this housing paradox. probably trying to bring in the database or the data bank, bringing in the awareness, trying to educate the youth regarding the need and the direction what we need to go and the current scenario definitely helps to understand this housing paradox. Also, we need to understand the innovations that are there in the planning and development of settlements and housing systems, and accordingly evolve a strategic framework to achieve holistic and inclusive housing. Now, if you see this flowchart over here, the current housing scenario worldwide and as well as in India, there are various action plans that are taken up. There are various schemes, policies, innovations, research that are happening. Now, what is academia doing? Even in academics, there is a need to look into the kind of projects what the students take up, how are they sensitized to these issues, what are the learnings they are taking from their program, what kind of documentation are they doing, at the end of the program, how are they trying to add value to the existing data bank or the knowledge bank, and what kind of strategic resolutions they're trying to make in this scenario. Now, if we look at it in totality, the action plans and the academics, there is definitely a direction or a roadmap and a framework that can be tread on to achieve the current housing scenario. Next. So keeping this in mind, I would also like to mention that at BMS College of Architecture, we have the master's program in habitat design. And in this particular program, it addresses various scenarios and concerns of the current time urban habitats. Most of the time it's the urban habitats what we address. And also in the process, we aim to equip students to plan and design habitat and its system as a part of the habitat design studio, where a lot of live projects are taken up in most of the studio projects. Also, this particular program culminates with a thesis, a well-researched and formulated project, implying from the learnings of the entire course in the last semester. And also the students are exposed to the professional training with reputed government and private firms. The reason why I'm trying to say this is, in a way, BMS College of Architecture also is making an attempt to address a lot of these issues which the current urban habitats are facing, which is taken up in the academic program of MArch Habitat Design. Next. Now let's come back to the UN background and the overview. Next. I need not stress upon, because most of you are aware of it. United Nations is an international organization founded in 1945. Now, the mission and work of the UN are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. And also 2020 marks the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. It helps by enabling dialogues between its members. UN has become a mechanism for government to find areas of agreement and to solve problems together. Next. Now, the United Nations mission, if you look into the United Nations mission, it has maintain international peace and security, to protect human rights, deliver humanitarian aid, promote sustainable development, uphold international law. These are the major United Nations mission what we see here. Probably in this mission, if you see, we as architect and habitat designers or planners could closely connect to promoting sustainable development, which is one of the missions under United Nations. Yeah, next. Well, I'm proud to inform you all today, more so on this World Habitat Day. BMS College of Architecture is a member of the United Nations Academic Impact, sharing a culture of intellectual social responsibility and value our commitment to its principles, more so capacity building in higher education systems. So I'm really glad on this occasion to inform all of you over here that BMS College of Architecture, being the member of United Nations Academic Impact, in a small way is trying to move towards and understand and contribute for the social responsibility. Next. Well, I think there's something missing over there, but anyhow, now UN Habitat focal areas. Now, what are the focal areas of human habitat? Here, they look into inclusive housing and social services, a safe and healthy living environment for all, affordable and sustainable transport and energy, promotion, protection and restoration of green urban spaces, safe and clean drinking water and sanitation, healthy air quality, job creation, improved urban planning and slum upgrading, and better waste management. Now, these are some of the important focal areas which they are working on under UN Habitat, and all these work are carried out by UN Habitat to underpin, which is underpinned by a human right-based approach. Well, next one. Yeah. Okay, now if you look at this, this is one of the small attempts made in our master's program Habitat Design, where we do try and sensitize our students through various works. This is one of the extension to an existing city, case of Varuna town in Mysore district, which is the work of MArch students, where the students are sensitized to understand the importance of inclusive housing as an urban development strategy. Now, in this particular project, they could understand the mix of why there is a need to have a mix of LIG, MIG, and HIG in a given scenario. How does the incremental housing helps? Why the need is there for cluster planning, which can support the community interaction? Or why do we need social services such as community center, which can provide a recreation space to enhance the community interaction? So our students are sensitized to understand these inclusive housing concepts, which can contribute in a significant way to the city at large. Next. Also, we all have seen, all of us definitely have gone through the works of our pioneers, like where they, Charles Correa's Belapur housing, or B.V. Doshi sir's Aranya housing. Students are sensitized to understand this, the importance of it, how the basic infrastructure is worked out, and the importance of having these basic infrastructure, and also the smart way of building structure or a framework for the growing houses well in advance, and the importance of sustainable construction methods and materials, and the importance of vernacular knowledge to benefit the local communities. So we at MArch Habitat Design Program also try in a small way to sensitize the students so that tomorrow when they are into the profession, they should not ignore the importance of these aspects. Yeah, next. Coming to World Habitat Day and the background study of it. Yeah, next. In 1985, the United Nations designated the first Monday of October as World Habitat Day to reflect on the state of our towns and cities and on the basic right of all to adequate shelter. It also intends to remind the world that we all have the power and the responsibility to shape the future of our cities and towns. UN has embraced international days as a powerful advocacy tools to promote certain movements or voice concerns for the benefit of larger world population. Yeah, next. Also under their program, every year they have taken up various themes. To begin with, in Africa in 1986, it was Shelter is My Right. Then they moved on, Shelter for the Homeless, Shelter and Urbanization, Future Cities, Safer Cities, Better City, Better Life, Cities and Climate Change, and so on. Next. And this year, that's 2020, we have the theme as Housing for All, a Better Urban Future, and the host city for 2020 is Surabaya in Indonesia. Next. Now, when we talk about all these things, World Habitat Day, what is human habitat? Now, what is that we look for in human habitat? Well, if you see this particular picture over here, if you look at this particular picture over here, this is one of the drawings made by a child, which won the UN Habitat Award Silver Prize in 2003. And here the child tries to look at the habitat as what? It looks at the habitat as it consists of apartments, hotels, banks, religious buildings, space to play, water bodies, stream, trees, and so on. That is how a child tries to look at the environment or the settlement. Now, also, when we say habitat, habitat comes from ecology. It includes physical, urban, social environment, and also human habitats where people live has to cater to their needs to survive and for their physical and mental development. It is just not that you're trying to put things in place. The environment what we create has to help them to develop their physical, mental, and psychological aspects too. That is how an habitable space is expected. Along with all the essential components of habitat, housing or shelter has a major role to play in this human habitat for a better urban future. Yeah, next. These are some of the studies and the works of our EMARC habitat design students, where they also have tried to understand about these smaller neighborhoods where people live, the importance of open spaces, the importance of green spaces, and also to put it in a nutshell, deductions from housing dynamics. They try to understand the various impacts, pros and cons as part of the analysis, which aids in understanding the holistic housing patterns, which is a crucial base towards planning and design ahead in profession. Yeah, next. Now, World Habitat Day, it says housing for all, a better urban future. That's what it says. Now, when we talk about it, definitely housing is a fundamental human right. Housing forms an indispensable part of ensuring human dignity. But if one looks at the statistics of housing scenario, it's not actually the way what we desire or look at. Now, if you look at it, 20% of the world's population are deprived of sufficient area to dwelling and provisions of basic services. I mean, 1.8 billion are living in inadequate housing. About 1 billion people are in informal settlements and slums, and over 100 million people are homeless. So by 2030, going by this, the UN estimates that about 3 billion people will be living in inadequate housing, and it could increase further. So this is what we see when we look at the housing worldwide, and definitely the magnitude of the concern is alarming. Yeah, next. Now, go back to the previous slide. When we say inadequate housing, then what is that is expected in an adequate housing? What do you expect in an adequate housing? Definitely in an adequate housing, if not the luxury as such, the basic things what one expects is adequate privacy, adequate space. Because privacy and space, it is a deep-seated psychological need. One has to look into that. Definitely adequate security is required, because security in terms of physical needs for and also for protection from the weather, one has to take care of that. Also, adequate lighting and ventilation is essential. Adequate basic infrastructure is required. Adequate location, when I say adequate location, in terms of the to their work and basic facilities, it should be happening at a very reasonable cost when we talk about adequate housing. And also the basic social needs, where you need to have these gathering points which can help to build the bonding and to nurture the relationships. These are expected in an adequate housing. Definitely, if this has to happen, we need to have a very robust system to ensure that we tap all these resources and bring in a feasible implementation strategies. If we are looking for a feasible implementation strategy, definitely it has to cover legal security and tenure, affordability, habitability, accessibility, which more or less covers all the social, economic, cultural, and ecological aspects. And also these strategies to adequate housing should promote research component and the outcome of it, which can be implemented in terms of technology, in terms of materials used, in terms of cost-effective techniques, monitoring of that, mobilizing the funds, participation, and also many more of those aspects. Only when all these things are taken care of in an adequate housing, it is possible to look for what we are expecting or desire to have. Because in a nutshell, if I have to put it, adequate housing, it should encompass more than just 4 walls and roof over one's head. For a human being, suitable accommodation should allow him to grow in every aspect. As I mentioned earlier, the physical, mental, and intellectually too. So this is what an adequate housing talks about, and we are having a huge shortage of this adequate housing, and also there are a lot of population, that's about 1 billion people living in informal settlements and slums, and more than 100 million people who are homeless. Yeah, next. Now, our challenges about housing has further increased with the current pandemic worldwide, which every country is facing. This has further added challenges to the existing problems of housing. Next. Now, if you look at this particular picture over here, this is something a happy side to housing during pandemic times. Now, though there are so many challenges, there are so many threats as such, even then you can see this is one of the way an artist has depicted during the happy side of housing during pandemic times. And if you look at this, people are happy. The reason could be whatever is expected in an adequate housing is found over here, and because of that the challenges are less, and hence even during pandemic they are able to carry out their activities without much of a compromise as such. Now, also here, I would like to add one more point. In 2011, Bhutan proposed a World Happiness Day to the United Nations, which drew the attention at international level, where happiness as a measurement of well-being, happiness as an index, which becomes equally important. Now, if we look at it, happiness as a measurement of well-being, what is that we as designers, planners, or architects need to look into to create that kind of an environment which can keep the society, community with the higher happy index? First thing is definitely connecting to nature. Integration of nature into the housing plays a very important role. Plays a very important role. Also, the way you try to put in this housing units should be in such a manner that the community or the people who are there, they get an opportunity to meet others within the community. And also the pattern should be in such a way that it creates opportunities to fight loneliness and isolation during such pandemic times, which becomes very, very important. Also, one has to take care of the safer ways of trying to create these communities in terms of social spaces, so that it takes care of the elderly and the vulnerable, more so during such pandemic times. And also very interesting, when I was going through one of the books, I did go through this point, which was so important for us when we try to address these habitat or the housing sectors. It very clearly says one has to offer a range of sensory experiences. It could be in terms of color, sound, smell, and texture. To just give an example, how to kind of bring in this kind of a sensory experiences, one of the exercises done in one of the housing unit community, adaptive landscapes and natural elements are the ways to make this place changing continuously. The colors during the flowering season, the texture of that, it starts giving different shades, different colors. So it is an experience which makes the mind, which keeps the community happy. So the sensory experience also becomes very, very important, which are our small things which we try to ignore. But in a small way, if these factors are sensitively looked into and integrated in the design, it makes a huge, huge difference for a healthy living and a happy living. Yeah, next. Now, if you look at this particular picture over here, this is more so during the pandemic. One is the happy side, what I was talking about, and the other side is of the coin is what you see. All of you are aware of it. It came to such an extent, people lost jobs. There was a huge crisis. Income was not there. All these things started working on people. Also, it very clearly says that when you do not have enough income to lead a decent life, or you do not have that kind of space to live in, the studies have shown that low income is associated with higher rates of chronic diseases, more so the BP, diabetes, and so on. So here we need to bring in certain strategies where protecting and empowering the residents who live in inadequate housing or in the slums or the vulnerable groups during this crisis of pandemic becomes all the more important. And by doing so, we need to ensure that is there a possibility for us to bring in more sustainable and thriving environment for the benefit more so of this low income group, homeless people, and the people who live in slums becomes very, very important. Yeah, next. Also, we have seen this kind of scenario during pandemic, people who are homeless, and more so it hits the vulnerable group, and during pandemic it has magnified in its extent. And also the second picture, if you see over here, this is the scenario. Now, during pandemic, one of the guidelines what it spoke about was social distancing, which is very, very important aspect to be taken care of during the pandemic. Now, if you see these people over here, homeless, how do we expect this social distancing or the physical distancing to be maintained? The situation is such that even it's not that they want to become a victim of this kind of a pandemic, but the scenario is such that it's just impossible for them to be part of this, to follow the guidelines of the pandemic. So, yeah, next one. This is one of the pictures in our own country. If you look at it, again here, people living in slums. Density, it's a very high population density, and definitely they are not accessible to most of the services, or most of the services are shared ones, be it water facility or sanitation. It's a shared facility what they have. Now, how do they face these challenges during this kind of a pandemic? Leave alone pandemic, even in the normal situation, it is very, very hard, and all the more it adds on. So the stark reality of urban inequality, I can say, has to be addressed to make it more resilient to future crisis. Yeah, next. Rachna, you have to tell me when my time is getting over, just 5 minutes before that, just remind me about it. These are some of the works which, again, coming back to our College of Architecture, our students have been sensitized or made to learn on these things, where they also have made studies of slums. They have understood the importance of what are the things that have been going wrong there, and they have listed out saying that there's a very lower privacy level or a high urban cohesion and lot of social problems which lead to crimes. Yeah, next. Next one. Yeah. So this is another example, and also in this example, the students did realize that when they were trying to study about the housing, the infrastructure of these slums, or the people where they work, most of them, they are in the informal sector. I'm sure most of you are aware of it. But the point what I'm trying to drive over here is most of them are in the informal sector, and this informal sector, they depend, most of the subsidiary systems depend on this informal sector. So all the more it becomes very essential for us to ensure that the demand of this adequate housing provision has to be looked into as against the cropping up of more and more slums and squatter settlements. Yeah, next. So the presentation till now, whatever I have made, if I have to in totality look at it, housing has been one of the crucial in the battle against this pandemic, or else also in the earlier scenario what we see. But all the more in case of pandemic, it has become a matter of life and death, which we need to seriously look into. And the pandemic has raised and worsened the already pre-existing global housing scenarios or the crisis. And it is impossible to carry out social distancing and good hygiene practices unless we provide the required adequate housing for the people. Yeah, next. Also, in this UN preface on housing for all, there's one point what they try to mention. There are a lot of things they talk about the shape, socioeconomic vibrancy of the city, public health outcomes, and also the long-term interventions that are required. But one thing which also very seriously what we need to look at is for the housing, land becomes a very crucial aspect. We need to be more careful the way we put things on the land, which is a limited resource, and how we use it and what is put over there and who's going to use it and how you do it becomes very, very important. Land becomes a very, very crucial factor in terms of this housing sector. Yeah, next. This is again another work where students are sensitized to the importance of land, which is a crucial urban resource, and how one needs to look at it. And students conduct various surveys in terms of land value pattern, how it is changing, why the land value pattern changes, what is the rental pattern happening, real estate and social patterns. These studies definitely help them to understand the land and housing dynamics. Next. Next one is this is the Sustainable Development Goals under UN, and they have a lot of them, right from poverty to hunger and so on. And if you look at the 11th one, it talks about the sustainable cities and communities, which I feel we could address it in a much more closer way or contribute in a larger way to this 11th one. Yeah, next. Yeah, this is again the students' work where we do sensitize the students to understand the existing natural resources, how it has to be retained, and how one has to look into the sustainable practices, which become very important when they are addressing the studio projects, also more so in future when they become part of the system to address the design of habitat and the housing sectors. Yeah, next. Also, this is another one where they have tried to bring out some aspects, the importance of green and open spaces, and also the various networks that provide both tangible and intangible links between open spaces. Yeah, next. Also, World Habitat Day aims for housing under its aims. It tries to implement the sustainable development goals, and again it talks about housing strategies, slum upgradation, and also it talks about engagement of the slum dwellers into the mainstream in a meaningful way, and also integration of vulnerable and poor in overall city development. So also it also talks about people-centric approach, ensuring equity and fulfillment of the human rights for all. Next. So in its objective, basically, it's trying to push the fact that housing should act as a catalyst, and there is a possibility to explore how to build back societies by envisaging role of housing, which acts as a catalyst for progressively delivering human rights. So probably by working on these things, the paradox, what we are talking about, the housing paradox, it is possible for us to reduce the gap what we are seeing at present. Yeah, next. Also, there are various schemes where the NGOs come into picture, and how one can help on the vulnerable groups by involving them in various ways of providing or the jobs and the house. And also they talk of public-private people partnership, which is more so inclusive. It's a inclusive development what they're looking for, and also to access the finance for the construction sector and adequate housing. Yep. Also, they are looking for building back better, which could act as a tool. It can act as a tool where private sector could develop innovations that are green, inclusive, affordable, and invest in making government's commitments and visions a reality. And also research and knowledge hubs to provide data and innovation. Put in investors to partner with governments, private sectors, and communities to assist in overcoming these blockages, and diverse financing mechanism and instruments to enable multi-partnership building back better. Next. Next. So basically, we are trying to say that it could act as a catalyst to achieve the fundamental rights. Next. So one thing is very important in this process of under the Sustainable Development Goal of UN, one has to aim for resilient, inclusive, safe diversities, which is the need of the hour. And also, if you look at it not as a, on the brighter side, probably this pandemic offers new opportunities for all stakeholders to participate and ensure that it provides new opportunities to build back better. Yeah, next. I think I'll skip that. Next. So in this housing scenario in India, if you look at it, yeah, next. Of course, we do have huge statistics where we see that there is a housing industry in India. It's one of the fastest growing sector, and also a large population base with rising income level and rapid urbanization leads to growth in housing sector. Next. And also the reasons for this housing concern, as we all know, we know that it's mainly because of unplanned growth of cities and towns, lack of land as a resource for development. There are land management issues, mobilization of financial resources, and skilled manpower, technology, and so on. Yeah, and also if next one. And also, if you look at the magnitude of housing scenario, even here, it's a huge figure what we are seeing. The total housing shortage was assessed as 24.71 million dwelling units for 67.4 million households. And also, if you look at it, by the end of the 11th plan, the shortage escalated further, and yeah, that's the kind of scenario what we're looking at. And looking at the scenario, the government has come up with various initiatives and schemes implemented under 3 aspects of rural, urban, and EWS housing. Yeah, next. I'll take another 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So this is one of the images where you can see that there is a very stark difference. What you can see over here, one side is what you see, the slums, and the other side is the development of the housing with all the facilities, with the barrier of the road which is coming in. This is the scenario what we are seeing, and I think this particular image was taken in a particular using certain technology. Next. I'm sure you would have seen this scenario during the pandemic, where the people are getting into mainly the migrant workers are getting into this kind of a scenario. Yeah. Next. Next. I think you missed the slum thing. It's okay. It's all right. Go to the next one. No, that's okay. Move to the next one. Move to the next one. Next. The key point what I'm trying to say over here is we need to check out the fault lines that are existing both in physical and social infrastructure. So only then, when these fault lines, which are in terms of physical and social infrastructure, are looked into, then there is a possibility to address these issues. Second one is the fragility of employment and jobs that underpin urban economies has to be looked into. Next. And next. Also creating enormous opportunity to respond and recover more inclusively and with greater resilience is what is essential. Next. There are a lot of government initiatives that have come up, and most of you are aware of it, so I'll not be touching on those things. But just to name a few, like we have seen certain schemes by Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, Indira Awas Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana for urban scheme and projects by HUDCO, which we do see that a lot of these schemes have been floated. Yeah, next. So yeah, next, maybe the important ones I'll touch upon. Under Indira Awas Yojana also, you have seen like how they have tried to give special provisions for housing for vulnerable women, especially single women and female-headed households. Also, they have provided the space if the settlements are far away from the main center. They have provided certain spaces for them where they could have their work sheds to work. So these are some of the facilities which have been provided. Yeah. And also, next, I'm also glad to inform that our students also did do some of the studies to understand the gender-related study and women's safety in these kind of scenarios. And also they have made some more studies on safety, of course, safety and vulnerability studies. Yeah, next. Also under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, we have a lot of programs that have come up where it tries to have women empowerment, better quality of life, security of tenure, adequate physical and social infrastructure, and all-weather housing units. Next. Yeah, next. Also under HUDCO, urban housing, they have term loans for housing projects. They do the financial assistance to provide in terms of acquisition of land and development of plots, housing for EWS, LIG, MIG and HIG, slum rehabilitation, for repairs and renewals, and so many more. Yeah, next. And also they have come up with building centers, and these building centers are really becoming popular as of now, and they are almost there, about 442 or so, which are functioning, and they are also contributing to local employment generation and also introducing technologies in production of building components and construction of houses. Next. Next. We are running out of time, just move that. These are some of the building technologies where we could see in terms of hardcore solid and hollow concrete blocks, ferrocement and wood substitute products. Next. And also certain technologies yeah, next. Also, they have got into waste to wealth, where they have used the gypsum products being manufactured from phosphogypsum waste of fertilizer industries, waste of fertilizer industries, and wood substitute products in terms of PVC profile substitute of conventional and wooden frames. Yeah, next. Also bamboo center of excellence. Most of them have still not realized the importance of this wonderful material, which can contribute in an immense way, and a lot of research is being done, and the technology is imparted so that it becomes a reality in using it. Yeah, next. These are some of the examples. Yeah, next. Let's run it faster. They did have come up with various alternative options, be it for foundations, walling, roofing, building elements, interiors, and you can see some of those images also over there. Yeah, next. And also they have come up with the development of model villages. That definitely makes a huge difference. Yeah, next. So to sum up the whole thing of the contribution of the government initiatives, we can see that it's there where government has, since 1950, government has been as a provider, and it has become an enabler, and of late we see it is also a facilitator. Next. Also we do see, next, see some of the pioneers who have worked on these sustainable housing concepts, and they have come up with wonderful initiatives and technologies, which is an eye-opener for us to sensitize ourselves when we get into these kind of projects. Yeah, and also I just made a list of the things. When you look at sustainable housing concepts, which has already been contributed, it helps in a lot of ways. It can fulfill the requirements of the residents, you can ensure the security of tenure, and many more, and also some of the environmental sustainability, where you can to a larger extent look into, so that the depletion of regarding the depletion of natural resources, and to arrest the endangering of ecosystems, and yeah, many more of those kinds, which is an added contribution. Yeah, I think skip it. Next. These are some of the sketches to understand why the vernacular or regional architecture and its contribution helps in a larger way. Yeah, next. Yeah, next. So finally, if we have to look into the thing, sustainable housing and livelihood framework for all has to make use of the finance, the physical aspects, and the manpower. In case of manpower, to promote skill building and entrepreneurship becomes very important, and also to have hygienic living environment and supporting infrastructure and services is very essential, and also generation of employment and boost the economy becomes a very crucial aspect over here. And also, if you look at the comprehensive strategy roadmap, area-based approach, bottom-up approach, vulnerable neighborhoods, local micro enterprises, they all have this access to basic services, providing skill training and sustain livelihood. Also, there is a possibility, I mean, the government has come up with various initiatives where they have redefined the existing schemes to kind of further strengthen the programs what they have. To break the chain, they have come up with Swachha and Swasth Bharat, and also Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan initiatives. So this kind of programs also promotes the local micro enterprises. Yeah, next. All, and also coordinated applications between existing government schemes and policies is very essential. Now we have certain schemes such as this Deen Dayal Yojana for livelihood mission, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana for urban, and Swachh Bharat Mission urban. Some of the programs that are there which talks about employment, housing and clean India. A wholesome sustenance of this framework by trying to bring them together will help in looking at it in a more wholesome way. Yeah, next. So finally, I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that housing is a crucial aspect of habitat design and planning and one of the most basic human needs. And current scenario has impacted the already existing worldwide crisis to further newer heights with the added distress because of the pandemic. So a collective effort in an integrated manner is deemed essential to address the housing concerns of the vulnerable and impacted user groups. And the World Habitat Day 2020 need of the hour is hence addressal of the housing paradox in a holistic manner by all concerned professionals and stakeholders. Well, I would like to conclude my note, this talk by saying let's strive to win this battle collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamta ma'am, for a very insightful and informative talk. Now I would like to invite the participants to come forth with any questions they have. So does anyone have any questions they would like to ask?
Probably you can leave it at the end after all the talks.
Okay. I think Gargi had some questions. Gargi Ghosh.
Rashmi, let them complete all the three talks. Then probably you can connect and then have the discussion.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, next I would, it's my with great pleasure to announce a book launch of the Habitat Design Monograph, Series 2.
Where is
the Habitat Design Monograph Series 2 is a book which consists of dissertation projects from the students batch of 2018-2020. It is a journey of 18 dynamic students who successfully completed their post-graduation degree, MArch Habitat Design, under the guidance of Dr. Mamta P. Raj, Rachna DR, Sadashiv Chakravarti, Sanjana Raj and Rahul Paul. It comprises riveting hard work towards their research topics and culminating towards interesting outcomes. The book is intended to inform the reader about the various issues in habitat and urban design and how they are solved. The editorial team consists of Rohit, Purva, Shruta and Prasad, along with faculty Rachna, DR and Sanjana Raj. This book wouldn't have been possible without the support of BMS management and our director, Dr. Mamta P. Raj, and the wonderful editorial team.
Before we release this book, I would like to thank three important people who have been closely associated with BMS College of Architecture and have supported us in every step for the improvement and development of this program. and have significantly contributed to the students' work and this program. Thank you so much, Architect Bijoy Ramachandran, who is our design chair for the PG program, and Architect Sadashiv Chakravarti. Both Bijoy and Chakravarti were the alumni of BMS, and of course, they have been Chakravarti has been associated from, I think it's for more than a decade now, and he has been contributing significantly for this program, EMARC Habitat Design. I thank you so much, Chakravarti, for being always there with us and BMS College of Architecture for this EMARC Habitat Design program. And the third person is Sanjana. Sanjana, who is always full of energy, travels a lot, and all those things she brings back to the studio, and she is there always with the students to help them all the time, to help them in their studio work or any site visits, value additions, and always full of energy and smile. And also, I feel so good today to inform that all these three who are from the industry, from the profession, are alumni of BMS. And also, I'm so proud to see all three of my students whom I taught, to see them come back doing wonderfully in the profession and also sparing their valuable time to come back to BMS and contribute here. Thank you so much, all three of you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's always been a pleasure to be associated with the Institute. It's something that we'll have to give back. Now that we've learned so much from the Institute and yourself, I think it's time for us to give back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for putting us out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamta ma'am. It is my great pleasure and privilege to introduce our second speaker for the day, architect Sanoj V. Alexander. Sanoj has been working in the strategic planning and consulting and urban development sector for over 17 years. He currently serves as the head of design and product development for an infrastructure and real estate development company. Previously, he has been leading an international multidisciplinary consultancy firm in setting up projects and modeling innovative urban development solutions. His key areas of operation include planning, design, product development, engineering, strategy, and management. He has been collaborating and co-developing institutional implementation strategies for large-scale urban and real estate development projects in India. Soon after his post-graduation, he joined Jurong International Group, Singapore, where within a decade, he took on the mantle as head of India operations. At Jurong International in India, he was principally involved in offering integrated multidisciplinary end-to-end strategic planning, design, and implementation solutions for major urban and city infrastructure and real estate development projects. After a decade in the consulting arena, he has moved on to the development side and has taken up the responsibility of end-to-end product innovation and development for an infrastructure and real estate development group, Carly Infra at Bangalore, India. The flagship project being a 70-acre, 1.3 million square meter integrated township at Bangalore, India. Apart from developing new products for ongoing projects, he focuses at reimagining the culture of delivering real estate products in India by encouraging collaborative creation, micro innovation, transparent contracting, strategic programming, and social consciousness. It is my honor to invite architect Senoj Alexander to deliver his talk on housing, unboxing new approaches. Over to you, Senoj.
Hi, thanks Rashmi for the introduction. Am I audible? Just checking. Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. And thanks to Dr. Mamta also for inviting us for this presentation. I'll quickly run into my presentation without much ado. I've got 64 attendees and 9 presenters. So there is a community of 73 of us listening to this as I speak. I'll share my screen with my presentation. And please let me know whether it's working. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
It says unboxing new approaches. Just to begin with the presentation, my approach that I would like to lay focus on in today's discussion is to look at a radical shift in the way we perceive housing. The reason is that in the last 1 decade, the way we consume real estate products, including housing, has undergone a transient shift, which is why we need to look at housing through a fresh lens. And why? The biggest challenge for real estate in 2020 is going to be all of these that I've listed down, and affordable housing is right at the top. We are facing affordable housing as one of the major issues and challenges. There's competition from non-traditional markets. There are weather-related risks. We have got a tremendously unpredictable weather. We've got to make provisions for senior housing. We have to also keep up with home staging trends. Basically, it refers to the way you present your home when you go for secondary sales. And of course, there is a crumbling infrastructure. Most countries, including some of the developed countries, are showing aging in terms of their infrastructure. And it is quite difficult to keep up with technology because most of the consumers of real estate are exposed to other lines of non-traditional technology, be it your mobile phones, your cars, which are all getting highly sophisticated. So your expectations of real estate, especially housing, is also getting sophisticated, and the industry is struggling to catch up. While those are the areas of challenges, you would notice that affordable housing is right at the top. In my entire years of consulting, and I've traveled across the globe to find out, is this a problem? And I see as much as COVID is a pandemic, the lack of affordable housing is a bigger pandemic. And it's been growing and nobody is realizing it. Or rather, we all realize it, but we never recognize it. We've always been pushing this problem away from our responsibilities. So then why is it happening? So I would like to now shift the entire audience to have a different think tank. You can take your pens, make some jotting notes, so your questions are up, ready to fire once I finish the presentation. The reason why we believe that affordability is always compromised is because affordability is situational and not sectorial. Whereas most governments and most public infrastructure authorities define affordability as a sectorial issue. And the only barometer that we use in a sectorial defense is income. Whereas income is not the reason why we should define affordability. Because a fresh graduate looking out for a city home is having problems with affordability. A young couple from a village migrating to the city for work is having affordability issues. Retired senior members looking for houses with access to facilities is an affordable problem. Mass housing for cities, welfare workers and their families, and there are a multitude of such instances. So if we shift our focus of affordability from defining it as a sectorial problem to a situational problem, then perhaps most stakeholders will get involved in finding solutions, will set apart their time and energy and resources in finding answers to this problem. I think this is the shift that we should all take in our analysis of this problem and in our response to this challenge. And therefore, if you move from a sectorial approach to a situational approach, then your whole thinking is different. Why? Because when something is situational, then it needs to fulfill your aspirations. And I was listening to Dr. Mamta's presentation where she said that you can't provide a box and say it's a home and people don't aspire to live in it because it doesn't have the social connect. It doesn't have the nature connect. Yes, true, because housing has never been a sectorial problem. Housing has always been a situational problem. I need a house to get some job done, maybe to shelter my kids, or maybe to shelter myself, or maybe be close to my work environment or my office. Everybody has a situational need. So when you program, and when this is a very descriptive presentation of what we did in one of our projects to assess what are the aspirations of 4 different user types: an urban single professional, a young couple, or an middle-aged group, or it could be urban seniors. If you notice, each of these pictures represent an aspiration. Coming together for a movie watching, getting to study together, party at home, seniors visiting a middle-aged group, your parents visiting you, kids having their party, you having a study group session, or maybe even the seniors engaging themselves in a hobby. Now, these are aspirations. If you cannot provide aspirations or cannot provide for the aspirations in your houses, this housing situation can never be improved. We also looked at when aspirations are floated against affordability, the entire dynamics shift. There is a paradigm shift, right? Then you look at the affordability, then you look at creditworthiness of people, then some people are brand conscious, some people are aspirational versus functional. There is always a debate. What is the extent of influence of price? Because it's easy to say that I cannot afford a house just because I don't make enough money. That's not true. Maybe I have not analyzed an income source which can fund my homes. So there is which can fund my homes, which is very important. So if I can find a solution of bringing in an alternate income source, I can definitely make sure that housing is available for many. So aspirations versus affordability then shifts you into a new thinking. This reinforces my next slide. Therefore, to solve the problem of housing, what would be most important for all of us is to look at a convergence of strategy, which is basically to set out a vision. Strategy cannot be done at private sector level. It is a government, quasi-government problem. So we need to have strategy at the national level. We should have strategy at the regional level. We should have strategy at the consumer level. So we should set vision for housing for the entire nation at one go, and therefore filter down the mandate right down to the grassroots. We should complement strategy with appropriate innovation. Innovation is actually working with new technology. And then whatever we do has to be human-centric. So we have to bring in the principles of design thinking. So my suggestion and my recommendation towards this audience is to look at a convergence of all the 3 aspects before you set out to find a solution for housing. And this is an open call for all planners, architects, and implementers to take note that this perhaps is the hidden juice of success. Now let's look at the first aspect, which is strategy. Now housing, we need to develop a strategy that is based on data, and the data has to be hardened against manipulation. The problem with most of the countries, especially developing countries, we do not have reliable data. The absence of reliable data leads to wrong solutions. And why do you need data that is built on strong data? And in this area, what helps you is blockchain. Blockchain, as you would know, is an open registry which maintains data which is almost impregnable, and it is almost fail-safe. That means there is absolute zero manipulation in data coming out of blockchain. Now, when you use data, you get a clear, distinctive value proposition of what housing product that you're looking for. It will help you arrest price erosion, help you operate in different profit margins. Now, this is the big question that most private sector raises its profit margins when it comes to housing. I've taken off the word affordable because affordable makes no sense when it is situational housing. Yeah. And then it also helps you to navigate through price competition. It also helps you establish short and long-term value for your product. People are now moving away from housing is because there is a depreciation of long-term value. You invest your long served years and your savings into housing, you expect that there has to be a long-term benefit. It could be tangible or intangible benefit, but I need to establish that there does exist long and short-term value proposition. We need to avoid overcapacity. One of the slides by Dr. Mamta she was presenting, she did say that there is as much supply as much demand, but there is no access to housing. So we are probably looking at a situation where we have a lot of inventory, but we're not able to offer them to the right people at the right price. And therefore, we are overbuilding on capacity, which is basically not flying off the shelf and for various other reasons, and not because there is no housing available. And in reacting to demands overriding supply. And therefore, we are creating a pseudo demand in most cases, and we always feel that our supply is undernourished. And also, there needs to be a rebalancing of power in the entire value chain as to in terms of who decides the law, what are the compensation benefits from the government, what is the influence of private sector, how can material and input costs can be governed. There should not be any cartel in input costs. So this is blockchain will also help you rebalance the entire value chain. Therefore, a strategy that is built on hardened data is the answer to build a strong course for at least 10 to 15 years. Our horizon should be minimum 15 to 20 years of for a strategy. Now, strategy built on blockchain, it improves housing's value chain because it creates a definitive ownership experience and a future cash flow that is built around the housing products that is on offer. It's very important to note that ownership is a pleasurable experience when you own a housing product, but over the years, ownership turns from pleasurable to being a burden. I'll have subsequent slides to explain why. And therefore, why it becomes a burden to the tail end of ownership is because there is no definitive cash flows. So you need to improve the housing value chain by making it a 360-degree experience from a pleasurable ownership to a cash flow model that helps downstream secondary sales of housing products. Therefore, the owner exercises his discretion at buying the housing products in the first place at the right price. Using blockchain, therefore, we can make this 360-degree experience happen by transparency, which is smart contracting. There is no blind negotiations. There has to be efficiency, both in the system of production and delivery and ownership. And there, of course, there has to be a transparent ownership. There has to be a steadfast ownership. And then there is value while transferring the asset through secondary sales. We need to consider that there has to be a lot of automation that's going to come in construction industry that needs to be imbibed into the housing sector, which will definitely bring down your input cost. And then robotization is basically on the production and servicing side of housing units, where you need to inculcate robotization to reduce manpower and bring an optimum balance between ownership and maintenance cost. Service is basically improving the delivery of these housing products the day it is ready to an end user, and also the running operations and maintenance. Blockchain will also prevent capital destruction. Capital destruction is one of the major risks of owning a housing product. And therefore, from a situational decision, housing is moved into a sectorial decision as a subsistence format. But if housing stays within the situational demand and is more like a discretionary purchase, it is more beneficial both for the user all along the life cycle of the product, right up to secondary sales, if it is able to guarantee no capital destruction, which is very important. Therefore, blockchain helps in a strategy that serves all these important parameters for the 360-degree enjoyment of a housing product by the end user. Can I get a shout out saying that I'm audible or it's okay?
Yes,
You're audible.
Sure. Now, the second part of the entire synergy, which I spoke about, is strategy, innovation, and design thinking. Therefore, the next one is innovation. The problem with innovation is like a blind date. I do not know whether it's going to succeed. The problem is we do not have time to waste either on resources, which is materials, or on the human resource, which is behind these innovations. The idea is, therefore, there has to be a higher guarantee of success of innovation, which therefore can encourage more people to innovate. The problem with innovation is there is a lot of risk in investing. And therefore, there is a deterrence to move into an innovation phase, especially when it comes to housing, because most people are on a subsistence level. Therefore, you might not get an immediate recognition for an innovative product that you bring into the market. So a lot of latency exists in innovation when it comes to the construction and the housing and real estate sector. We are one of the slowest adopters of innovation, if I could say so. Imagine your phones, your mobile phones, you get an update for an iPhone every 11 months, and you're so willing to buy a new version of the iPhone, which is not the case with houses. We don't want to be on the cutting edge of innovation because we don't feel whether it will succeed, whether it will live the life of the entire building. Should I spend more time on maintaining these innovations? So the success of innovation is governed by factors like market demand, which means I need to tune my innovation to meet the end user's requirement, which is driving innovation towards market demand. You should look at vision. You should define innovation upfront. And you should make sure that your technology and your resources is able to meet the vision to the right extent. The problem with innovation is we have all tall orders, but we never match up. So, and the third one is adoption, which means the marketplace needs to have a capacity to adopt the change, because housing, unlike your mobile phones, is a very traditional, culturally driven industry. Therefore, paradigm shifts in the way you program your housing sector is not acceptable to the end user, which is why adoption, the capacity of the user to adopt innovation needs to be checked. The fourth is, of course, the external forces, which are obstacles. Obstacles are many, and I don't think I need to list it here. Watch out for these obstacles, which are basically could be obstacles in terms of availability to technology, access to technology, cost of technology, rules and regulations. It could be, there are many. I mean, if you open up the issue of housing, I think I can only list as many obstacles as I can. There are plenty of them. Then X factor. The X factor is good because X factor are differentiators, and this is very important. And this is why X factors will make housing shift from a sectorial problem to a situational problem. The idea is X factors will make people own house out of discretion, which is very important. I want to own the house because it helps me do something different in life. It helps me achieve something in life. If you want to go for discretionary buying, then X factors are very important. So these are the things which, if we look at these 5 points, then probably we can guarantee success of our innovation. And therefore, you would get more investors and more upfront investment into your risky innovation ventures. Moving on. Housing. I'm now coming to a few of the innovations that we could look at for housing. Housing should address micro-living. In a book by Robert Putnam, he says that in his book, Bowling Alone, he says that declining family sizes, delayed marriages, greater urban density, declining interest in religion, and the rise of digital technology has been reducing physical connections. And therefore, we are all willing to bowl alone in our lives. Large flight of population to the suburbs into detached family housing, which allows for more single people to live in a city in relatively affordable housing. So cities have naturally become a place more suitable for individuals to live alone. This is something we never address. Space is not the concern. It's the connectivity that is the concern. And all the more we get influenced by the 5 factors that I've listed here, our physical requirement for physical space is constantly reducing. The challenge for planners and architects is to imbibe this fact and make sure that our products are right-sized and it has the right qualities and helps people achieve what they feel is the way of life. It's no longer multi-family dwelling units, it's basically micro-family dwelling units. And a lot more are going solo. So this is one of the areas of innovation or user preference that we need to address for modern housing. Housing celebrate solo and to encourage minimalism, because most people will live alone at some point in their life. So the housing choices need to reflect that demand. And with population growth and finite resources, the world will need to be more efficient. There is no choice here. And this is where we need to avoid wastages by avoiding erroneous innovation. So this is the idea. We have very limited resources. We have no chance to fail. We are risking too much here, and we have as close to 20 to 30% of the population waiting to go below onto the homeless category or subsistence category. Therefore, we have no choice to take risk. And housing will soon celebrate more of solo and more of minimalism because of the changing lifestyle, the changing urbanism, and the stress on resources. This is what I mentioned to the beginning of my presentation, is that housing, there's a lot of joy of ownership at the time of acquisition. And as you move forward, and as you end the life cycle of the product, and handing over the asset, there is an increasing burden of ownership. We need to use blockchain, we need to use data, we need to create the right product so that the burden of ownership is reduced. Because people anticipate a very high burden of ownership towards the end of the cycle, they are denying to occupy good houses or pay for good houses. They just want to live at the subsistence level, meet the basic objectives of living in a house, and are not shifting from a sectorial to a situational model. Therefore, as designers, as planners, what we need to look at is how ownership quality changes from the point of acquisition to the point of disposal. Please do not build plans, please do not develop plans or design buildings where there's a great ownership experience as you move in, but as you age, the ownership, the pleasure declines and pain points increase, and therefore it's a burden. This is a very, very philosophical approach, shifting ownership priorities. And most of us, especially I feel of the 73 large of many of us are millennials. I call myself a millennial, though I may look a little older, but yeah. So millennials do not like the burden of ownership. That's for sure. So going forward, you can't force products on them which has got a high burden of ownership. And therefore, you will see many people fleeing from housing just because of the burden of ownership. Now, housing, when it comes to design thinking, what does it do? This is the third and the most important aspect of putting together an entire life cycle of developing good housing products. The first one was strategy. The second one was innovation. And the third one is trying to put together everything with a human-centric approach. What it does to housing is that it first defines the marketplace that wants innovation. Like, you need to know whether the marketplace is ready, and if so, to what level of innovation. Going into the market with a product and trying to change the marketplace is possible in certain other sectors. iPhone is a case example. You go into the market, you change the way the market perceives the product. For when it comes to real estate and housing, I don't think we have such a leap to make, because housing and real estate is a very personal, it's a very culture-driven product. And therefore, you need to make sure that you're in the right marketplace with the right innovation. Understand the end user and produce something that the people want to use and value it. Because if you value it, you will preserve it. And when you preserve it, the burden of ownership is lower. And therefore, when you exit it, your ownership experience is great. And judge the affordability of the technology. This is very important. An average period of construction of a housing development in India is between 3 and 4 years for a multi-rise building of more than 20 stories. So if I have 4 years of construction, and if I need to future-proof technology, I need to pay through the nose, because technology becomes extremely cheap across months, across years. So you need to have a forecasting of technology and make sure you acquire technology at the point of sale, not at the point of commencement of construction, because you might be paying extremely high for the technology. And it also runs the risk of being redundant. Therefore, please judge the technology affordability at the right time for the right price. Right sizing your product and right sizing the market. This is very important. Your market has a size, it doesn't have an inflation capacity, or what we call, it doesn't have an infinite inflation capacity. So you need to be right sizing your product at the right size of the market. While doing the fourth point, which is right sizing, the only way to achieve it is reconfiguring the spaces, but still making it relevant for the market and giving them what they actually want. You cannot drive a product in the real estate or housing segment, which is contra market. That is going to kill the prime requirement of housing, the prime justification of wanting to have a situational based acquisition of a housing asset. Now, while designing, we would suggest that things which are like mass produced, housing is a mass produced asset in most cases because you need to mass produce to achieve scalability, and therefore you have to achieve the benefit of scale in terms of pricing. So artificial intelligence should be used to bring in data and algorithms, and therefore the problem solving should be given to artificial intelligence, whereas as human designers, we should focus on sense making. You see, you can find solutions. Artificial intelligence is going to help you find solutions. But leadership is about selecting the right solution at the right time, for the right place, for the right product, and giving it to the right people. Perhaps AI has its limitations. Therefore, move away from data crunching, move away from algorithms, develop algorithms, most intelligent algorithms, use the data from coming in from blockchain, create a set of solutions, but then be sensitive in applying the sense-making ideas of a human being, take the leadership position and make the right decision. This needs a lot of interaction with other human beings. We are a social being. We need to engulf ourselves in the culture of living together and come with the right decision. And the designs that we make need to learn and adapt on the fly. This comes from the fact that we have a tremendous competition from non-related industries who are able to change product prototypes across months and even days and sometimes even hours. We are a mammoth. We are an elephant. We are not nimble cats. The problem with us is we cannot take housing product and turn around a new product on the fly. So on the fly definition itself is not ours for us. It could be months, but we still need to make it happen. How do we make it happen? The technology of AI is what will help you get there by giving you multiple solutions, intelligent solutions for you to make sense out of it and take a leadership position. And this will also help you scale, because scalability is very important in any solution that you bring to the market, because housing is a vast demand. It is all about mass production. There's no denying the fact. Customization, designing on the fly, subject to the capability of being able to produce in mass quantities. Now, space rebalancing is the new logic. I told you, reduction of space, personal space, increasing of shared space leads to resource optimization and community building. And resource optimization and community building is what most millennials, most new generation people look out for when it comes to housing. It is their responsibility. They feel they're responsible towards leaving the least carbon footprint on nature. So I cannot sell a housing unit which has wasted resources in it to a millennial crowd, because they feel that they have done injustice to nature. So let's respect their call towards nature, which is a good idea to follow. So I think this is self-explanatory. Reduce personal space, increase shared space, and that leads to resource optimization and community building. And on a closing note, housing innovation, therefore, should be a new prototype that is one of its kind in a specific market, and it needs to be successful. And that's me, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanoj, for a very interesting and engaging session. Now I would like to ask the participants to come forth with any questions they have. So, are there any questions? So I don't think we have any questions right now. So thank you, Sanoj.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we will reconvene again in the afternoon, and then maybe you can take some questions during that time.
Sure, just checking whether the script was audible.
Yes, it was audible. Okay, thank you, Sinoj. So next we'll be taking a 10 minutes break. So we'll reconvene again after 10 minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Do I have you all with me? Mr. Pramod, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, cool. Welcome back, everyone. So we now move on to the third speaker of the day. We have with us Mr. Pramod NS. He is a civil engineer and has done his master's in housing from SPA Delhi, and is currently working as a transaction manager at GE Corporate and handles their APAC account. And his past engagements include being an analyst for Chairman's Office, Shriram Properties, and part of the team that handled land acquisition and transaction structuring for Brigade Enterprises. He's been closely associated and has worked with BDA and Sister, and is involved with projects where he has worked on transformation of real estate and residential sector in East Bangalore, on affordable housing, income and affordability in the city of Guwahati, urban renewal of Kalasipalyam bus stand, traffic and pedestrian management of Yeshwantpur Junction. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Pramod. I hand over the session to you for your speak now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I'm going to highlight few points with respect to challenges of housing provision and practical issues and importance of land acquisition in providing housing for all, and some points of Bangalore which I have observed in my profession, and also discuss few government measures to promote housing. So, as Mamata madam pointed out, housing is life's greatest wish, which offers uninterrupted night sleep without the noise of traffic and the glare of streetlights, the perils of assaults and brutality of police. Today, many are caught in punishing cycles of unpredictable rent, overcrowded conditions, a lack of access to land, and affordable financing. So these families live with constant burden of uncertainty, unhealthy living condition, threats of eviction, stress and fear. So the stakeholders involved here are central government, state government, urban local bodies, financial institutions, professionals, and multiple government departments, courts, tribunals, and public. So I would want to discuss few things about urban land policy. So housing is mainly dependent on land. So my discussion would focus on land and land acquisition. So the main goal is to promote land use planning and implementation of different kinds of urban plans. So level of urbanization in India is increasing day by day. So in 1951, it was around 17%, which got increased to 31% in 2011. According to World Population Prospects by US, so 55% of India will be urban by the end of 2050. With this pattern of urbanization, the urban population of 377 million, as in 2011, will be around 915 million by 2050. So there is huge pressure on urban land and housing. So coming to land acquisition, so this is a Herculean task. If we look at urban areas today, private developers are finding it very difficult to get the land parcels. So generally, there are three aspects should be looked at: technical, economical, and legal. So if we look at Bangalore or any city for that matter, no land is 100% clear. So there would be an issue in every land. There could be multiple reasons which you are aware of, but major issues are statutory and legal, so which has to be dealt with. So there are around 12 to 15 authorities coming to Bangalore, which are responsible for giving approvals, and also the issues ranges from road width, approach, accessibility, conversion, car track, revenue. There are multiple issues which come into play.
Mr.
So,
Pramod, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you could keep your video on.
yeah, just a second.
Yeah, thank you.
So this has to be solved step by step. So most of them are intertwined. So there are various aspects which decide the price of property. So the respective state governments and urban local bodies should contribute to this by controlling the speculation, promoting equitable development, and encourage and work on land pooling schemes, readjustment schemes, and also this guided land development. So I always wonder, why can't BDA allot land parcels to private developers like the way they do with the individuals, who will go for buying sites and also houses. And next one, what I want to discuss is related to connectivity and provision of infrastructure. So, strengthening the Bangalore metropolitan region by road, rail, commuter rail, suburban trains, and also metro. So, connecting the primary city with adjacent smaller cities. Say, in case of Bangalore, there is more potential in the eastern Bangalore, that is the extended areas of Whitefield, say Malur, the areas between airport, Old Madras Road, and this is now further extending till H Cross, Vijaypura. So these are all areas where there is ample opportunities for affordable housing development. But the problem here is there should be proper connectivity with respect to the travel distances from work to home. Also, the schemes which have come up recently in Bangalore, the peripheral ring road and the IRR and STRR, will also affect the livelihoods around Bangalore. So the convenient daily commute by public transport has allowed people to take advantage of economic opportunities the city provides, while continuing to live in the more affordable peri-urban areas. So the obstacles, to the provision of housing in India, and the emerging priorities, what I have understood, the land, there is inefficient records and litigations, disputes in India, and there are multiple stakeholder departments which we would want to go and approach with respect to land. So coming to finance, there is delayed response, and also the release of funds, diversion of funds for other purposes, inaccessible housing loans. And when it comes to technology, the master plans and CDP demonstrates no integration with the financial plans which the states and national and also the identification of beneficiaries while doing the allotment of housing units. So this is again, there is a lot of transparency issues and improper allotment, and awareness and beneficiary participation is also very less in this case. So then what will happen with all this? There's large percentage of sanctioned projects remain unconstructed. So the completed units are not put to use, non-completion of houses, and getting assistance in beneficiary-led construction. So retained ownership documents without actually handing over the documents to the households. So the government measures for promoting affordable housing. According to technical committee report submitted to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, India's urban housing shortage is estimated at 18.72 million. So that was in 2012. But now the deficit is going to be doubled by 2050. So that will be around somewhere around 38 million. So now EWS and LIG constitute over 95% of total housing shortage. So in the union budget of 2017-18, government has launched support measures like granting infrastructure status to affordable housing. So, and also the time for completion, they have changed from 3 years to 5 years. And also they have reduced the long-term capital gains from 3 years to 2 years. And there have been many measures taken by different government stakeholders in this. So the NHB has done the enhancement on refinancing, and In budget 2019, government exempted income tax levy on notional rent on second self-occupied house, and also the TDS benefit up to 2.4 lakh. And also right now the GST on affordable housing has also come down significantly. It's only 1%. Earlier it was 8%. So the GST Council enhanced the ceiling value of affordable housing to 48 lakhs right now. So now the GST for a unit priced at 45 lakhs is only 45,000, which is again a welcome measure from government of India. And also the RBI has given its nod for priority sector lending, allowing banks to issue long-term bonds, minimum 7 years to finance affordable housing. So to conclude, housing growth is, growth in allied sectors. The housing employs almost, so it contributes to 12 to 13% of GDP as a whole. I mean, so more employment and more developed neighborhoods leads to sustainable urban development, and again the cycle continues. Hello.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Pramod.
Yeah.
Are you done with your lecture?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Pramod. That was a very informative session. Now I would like to open the session for questions. Participants, if you have any questions, kindly raise your hand. Participants, are there any questions? I guess moving on in the afternoon session, when we have the moderator session, there would be more questions which are addressed to all the speakers. So with this, we would like to take a break, and we will convene again at 2 p.m. And then we will be having a moderated session by architect Gagi Ghosh. I request all the participants to reconvene at 2 p.m. and let's make this session a success. Thank you. See you all at 2 p.m. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back to all the speakers and the participants for the webinar. It's my great pleasure to introduce the moderator for today, Architect Gagi Ghosh. She holds a Master's in City Planning from IIT Kharagpur and is presently working as Manager Urban Planning at the Sky Group, Bangalore. She has been involved in formulation of town planning schemes for the BDA, preparation of concept master plans for Satnur, Nandagudi, Ramnagara and Solo townships, various smart city plans across Karnataka, traffic assessment plans and urban design based intersection improvement plans. She has worked extensively on preparation of GIS based master plans for LPAs in Odisha, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, and the list goes on. Hearty welcome, dear Gagi. It's indeed a great pleasure to have you with us today. I now hand over the session to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sindhushri. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. So I would like to start the session, first of all, by congratulating the BMS College of Architecture for organizing this webinar on the occasion of World Habitat Day. I think the topic of webinar, Housing for All, is a very pertinent topic. And then I thank you for asking me to, or requesting me to kind of moderate, inviting me to moderate the session. We had three very interesting and insightful presentations in the segment before the lunch. I think we would all like to agree that all the three speakers have touched upon issues and concepts which are very much pertinent. And I would like to take you from what Architect Sanoj kind of said, that COVID is just not the only pandemic that we have. Lack of affordable housing is as a bigger pandemic, more than we would like to kind of, give it a recognition for. The three presentations, I think, came forth with unique points. Dr. Mamta's presentation touched upon a lot of interesting points and connected them with where BMS and its students and faculty and its curriculum are kind of presently fitting into this bigger dimension of affordable housing that we have. And very importantly, I think she took up this concept, or brought about this concept of something called happy housing. Some of the concepts which has already been also kind of reflected in the other presentations that we kind of heard. And the important concept was that housing, it's just not an envelope that you put around people who are staying, but it is an inclusive space, socially, ecologically, environmentally, sensorily inclusive space that is required for the holistic development of a person who is residing in it. And I think we would all agree to it in the times or the days that we have spent inside the house in the recent past because of the situation, the COVID situation that we are all in. I think in the a similar line, what has kind of come up very interestingly in can I continue? Is it all okay?
Please continue.
Yeah. So it has kind of come up very interestingly also in the presentation by Architect Sanoj, is rethinking the concept of space when it comes to affordable housing. So I think he has kind of brought a different dimension. He has brought a different concept of a different dimension to affordability as we understand it, where he has kind of highlighted that affordability can just not be reduced to just a function of income, but it is as much a function of a person's situation as it is a function of the income. So where has the concept of situational affordability has kind of been introduced? I think both these kind of take you into rethinking the concept of space, in which I think the concepts of strategy, innovation, and design thinking has been kind of introduced, where it has touched very important aspects, I think, that we need to kind of think upon. Most interestingly, which kind of jumped up to me, was the concept of ownership, where it can be a joy and should not become a burden. And also the possibility of concepts of using artificial intelligence for mass production of affordable housing. So I think those were some of the very important and key points that kind of came up with the first two presentation, and kind of really probably asked us to put a thinking cap on when it kind of comes to designing spaces for affordable housing. Now, the third presentation was also very interesting, and it probably had a lot to do with the speaker's experience from the supplier point of view in the segment of affordable housing. A supplier point of view from the private sector is what our understanding is, where probably the supplier has very articulately brought about points or the role of land reforms, land titling, multiple agencies, the coordination issues, the role of trunk infrastructure, which kind of play a very important role in the affordable housing. So what I think the speaker, Mr. Pramod, kind of has very articulately kind of brought forward is that majority of the land that is available for us is probably available in the periphery of the cities, definitely not in the centers, but probably the trunk infrastructure or the major infrastructure to link those places, the last mile connectivity and linking of those lands to the city, which are their work centers, is something that we need to kind of work on. Where he has kind of highlighted projects like Peripheral Ring Road, which probably would obviously alter the way that we are understanding the affordable housing market in Bangalore as we are doing right now. So with which he probably has very aptly also kind of highlighted the what do you say, the incentives that the government of India has been kind of bringing in terms of RBI regulation, then taxes on capital gains and other such incentives which kind of aim to promote affordable housing. So I think in a gist, both from the research, the rethinking, innovation, as well as the on-ground practical approaches, this webinar has very aptly captured the essence of affordable housing as we understand in terms of both our way forward, as in terms of both the challenges as well as our way forward. So with this context in our background, I would like to first throw open the session to the participants and would kind of encourage them to kind of come up with any questions that you would like to kind of throw up for discussion, because it's a very, it has been a very interesting session and very pertinent session, a topic which we are discussing, which is a live issue today that we are all working on. We are in that ecosystem together in it. So if we have any questions from, if we have the questions from the audience, I would first ask the audience to please come forward so that we can take up a couple of topics for discussion. So I guess you can kind of respond with a show of hands, I believe, where we could understand, we can identify that who would like to kind of probably ask the questions.
Good afternoon, I'm Dr. Shobha. I had a question to Architect Sinoj. This is regarding if you can highlight a little bit on the reduced personal space, increased shared space.
Yeah, it is Sinoj here. Yeah. So the idea is today, when we take the unit cost of housing, we realize that there is a lot of money being spent on arriving at the cost of housing on spaces that is rarely utilized by the homeowners, which means you're buying more than what you require, but you don't realize it. And nobody has taken the effort to resize that space and provide a better option for you or for the homeowner. Therefore, what happens is the ticket sizes will drop. By ticket size, I mean the price of acquiring a housing asset. When the ticket sizes drop, they also bring one another advantage. The cost of maintenance and ownership also drops proportionately. So what happens, it's a long-term benefit. And what the developer or the promoter can do is that they can actually aggregate all these spaces and put it on a common pool, which can be serviced and managed very intelligently by a common team. And therefore, what happens is the resources which would have otherwise spent in decentralizing these common pool resources can be saved, which is a huge reduction in the carbon footprint, because we feel around 10 to 12% of individual unit space is wasted, is not utilized. You use it because you have it. You can live amazingly well without it. And then so that's one aspect of it. One aspect of reducing space personal space and increasing. And secondly, in dense urban dwellings, you anyway cannot go for a multi-family dwelling. It's beyond the affordability of most people. Therefore, people are forced to go for affordable segments. What happens right now is there is a large amount of people who, by virtue of their income classification, is capable of going for a decent home in the city. But because there is a huge capital erosion risk, there is a risk of whether the asset will turn a burden. They also go and slip under the safety net of subsistence housing. Therefore, there is a lot of pressure building up on the subsistence economy. Now, subsistence housing is normally subsidized by the government. That is highly incentivized. There's a lot of burden on the taxpayer. So what is happening is the haves, the people who can afford, are also moving into the subsistence category just to get a safety net. We want to make sure that the people who can afford are confident to afford. And one of the easiest way to do it is, we call it cut the fat. We cut the fat, make it precise, and give you those social spaces. And why social spaces are important in cities? Because your life is 9 to 5 jobs, you're stuck to a computer, you badly desire to meet people. Therefore, there's a lot of emphasis on community lounges, community meetings, how people can interact, some social settings. If we could curate all this in a common space, it reduces your capital cost, but gives you all the benefits of living in a community.
Thank you.
Yes, if we can have any other questions. Yes, I think Sindhu S, if you could articulate your question.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So my question basically stands out for all the speakers here. So I want to know, how can we bridge the gap between the private and public sector housing? Since in public housing, the main need is to cater to the basic facilities and housing needs, whereas the private one, it enjoys more amenities and more improved facilities and things like that. So how can we sort of achieve equity in this aspect?
Architect Sanoj, would you like to respond to that? Or Architect Pramod, here? Yeah.
So just to give you an example, 85% of housing in Singapore is government owned. And they are the A+ category houses. What has gone wrong, perhaps in other countries, is public housing doesn't mean cheap housing. Public housing is good housing, which is provided by the government, looking at certain subsistence factors. It by no means is a degradation of your lifestyle. Let us take that notion out of the table, because that is where we are getting it wrong. First of all, it dissuades many people from going into such good housing because they feel it has already got a negative connotation of being cheap, and therefore the government is spending. Of course, there is some quality issues, I agree, but then and people detest going in there because they'll be looked down upon in society. Because, oh, you're living in a public housing, you've been granted free from the government or subsidized from the government. I would say there is no difference between what private sector offers and what public sector offers. If there is one difference, we work on higher efficiency. Therefore, we can work on very less margins and give better products. That is just a business, it's a business strategy. It's a strategy to be super efficient with your resources and your product. So we can launch projects with products which are marginally better and still command decent margins. So there is no difference between public housing. Now, public housing and private housing from the product point of view should be the same. Otherwise, you can never bridge the gap, right? So wherever we cannot provide a housing for below a certain benchmark, and where the government feels that subsidies won't reach the right people because private sector may not be able to do a transparent job, that is where the control can be shifted back to the government. So this is what takeaway I would suggest to bridge the gap, not to consider these as two different ships. We're just sailing in the same boat. We just need to make sure which part of the engine you maneuver.
Right. Thank you, Sanoj. And just to probably add to what you said is that we have a notion that the public housing or housing which is kind of provided by the government is kind of cheap. But however, probably at some times what kind of gets a little unaccounted for is the land cost when it comes to the government sector housing. Because probably a lot of land that is kind of there with the government for providing housing is kind of with some other agency altogether. So probably at all times it doesn't kind of get accounted for in the book of accounts to really kind of come up with the cost of housing. So if you account for all these factors in terms of development, probably they would kind of be comparable. And I completely agree with you when you kind of say that they cannot be as two separate verticals. They have to be housing and quality housing at the end of it. Yes. So yes, any more questions? I think very interesting one. Shantala, yes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for the good sessions. I have two questions. One is we have realized that over 90 to 95% of our housing need is for our low income and economically weaker section. But what is the role that architects are playing in evolving these habitats? I mean, because we always see that the involvement of, architecture as architects as a discipline, how far are we really engaged in evolving these habitats, and can't we develop more instruments so that architects can be part of developing these very important components of our fabric?
If I may direct this question to architect Pramod, I think you are here, though I'm unable to really see it on the screen. Mr. Pramod, are you there with us? Yes. Yeah. Would you please like to answer to the question which is raised?
Yeah. See, architects and urban planners are working on issues in this, but
I think it got muted.
Mr. Pramod seems to have lost connection.
Okay. Can I direct this question to our director? Yes, Dr. Mamta.
Sure. Okay, but anyhow, Shantala being our own faculty, we several times debate on all these things. One thing is there, again, as architects, how can we have a much more efficient role to cater to the needs of these housing for the weaker section, right? So, as an architect, definitely we need to come more closer to the kind of materials. The researching is becoming very important. The use of technology is very important. So any design what the architect comes up with has to integrate some cost-effective techniques, a better detailing, a better usage of material, look more for the designs which are more sustainable. So this is something which can drastically bring down the cost of the built form, and definitely in that direction or with an approach of that kind where it has to be more research-based design modules, what we need to work out can help the architects to contribute significantly in catering to the needs what we are facing right now. I would like to stress the point like a better understanding of the behavior of materials, a better understanding of doing more research into the detailing of the design, what we evolve can help us to bring down the cost as well as to evolve a better built form to cater to the needs.
Thank you. I kind of have a follow-up question to the same, I think, which was raised by Shantala, and also taking cue from the very important point that you had mentioned in your presentation, the concept of happy housing, and how inclusiveness in terms of ecology, society, sensory feelings are very much important in the housing sector. So what I think comes out as very important is the need for research and dedicated research wings in these directions. So with your long history of heading academic unit and the research organization, we would like you to stress how do you see the research vertical in the housing sector progressing in the future?
See, right now, heading an architecture institution, specifically in the field of housing, definitely we do not have so much of a data bank established as such. But in terms of our EMARC program on habitat design, some kind of a study has started evolving, some kind of value addition to the established knowledge has happened. But all the more, I would say, like in this direction in academics, definitely we are yet to go a long way. So I don't think so I can really endorse we have that kind of an information to part with for the contribution for the need of the hour as such. Like, yeah, I think I may not be able to really strongly put it across from the institution side or as an academician that we did have a contribution.
Nonetheless, ma'am, I think your direction kind of goes a long way, as you kind of mentioned in this field. Okay, so any more questions? Yes, from Shantala.
I just want to continue. I mean, in the context of the same question that I asked, because see, there are issues where architects cannot involve themselves in low income or medium cost projects because of their own inability to give their kind of expertise or the consultancy. Can't government come up with new instruments where architects can get involved with these projects? I think we need to develop new instruments through NGOs are working to an extent, but you again need some structured way in which institutions can operate and collaborate with architects, professionals. It could be multidisciplinary also. Can't we develop new methods of addressing these through a multidisciplinary approach or a platform which the government or an intermediary can develop? I mean, this is a thought. I mean, that's what I wanted to discuss.
Right. I think that's a very pertinent question, and I think that is also in line with what Architect Sanoj kind of mentioned in terms of innovation, in terms of use of artificial intelligence for producing mass stocks of affordable housing in that nature. So I think that's a very, very relevant topic to take away from today's webinar. So do we have any other questions that we can kind of take up for discussion? Ms. Divya Pratap, yes, if you could.
Yeah. Sorry, before we go back to that, you also, Ms. Gad, you had a question like how research is kind of, institution is contributing in terms of happy index, or the happiness was the question what you, I think I missed out that point also. But I think in a small way where we can look at this small elements which add on to the value of what we design. If you can remember in my presentation, I was trying to put down the small things of the sensory feelings, what you can, experiences, what you can bring in. It doesn't cost us much. It doesn't demand anything much. It's just that your researching has to go in depth to bring in those experiences in your design which can add value and increase the happy index as such, because landscaping or probably the kind of colors what you use in that landscaping, or probably many more, what I was trying to say, the way you try to put in your layout where you can have a very strong established contact with the community over there, which doesn't make you feel out of place or isolated, and many more of that. So these small things can definitely add on, which I strongly feel at this point of time is largely missing in most of the communities what we see, be it at LIG or HIG or whatever, public, private, or whatever you say, like this kind of research and implementation is missing, which we need to add on, is what I strongly believe in. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If we can go back to the question, I think from Divya, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think my question is mostly picking off from Architects Pramod's talk. about the city kind of filtering off into the suburbs in terms of Hoskote and Malur. I just want to get a little information about what kind of policies and just basic policies that you look at, where you're saying that a very different urban crowd is kind of shifting into a tier 2, tier 3 city area, which is already has a very thriving culture and a urban fabric of its own. So, I mean, if you just drive down that highway, you kind of see these huge brigade properties with their malls and with their large construction, and suddenly you turn into these smaller towns, which are still G+1, G+2, very town village fabric. So how do you look at merging, or maybe not even merging, how do you look at both of them coexisting with each other, with most of the development in these regions being from the private sector and not as much from the public or the government sector? So how do you control, or how do you facilitate them to coexist, basically?
Yeah, see what is happening. So the Bangalore metropolitan region, for that per se, what will happen? So there is work-home relationship has to be maintained.
Yes.
In the sense, project. So it depends on what type of infrastructure facilities they have. So many public projects which have been done. So let's ask all of you. So there is no one can name a project which has been done by PMAY scheme in Bangalore. So PMAY has done a scheme somewhere 40 kilometers from Bangalore towards just after Nice Road near Gublala. So this is a type of projects which are coming up. So before actually getting into housing, we have to develop the infrastructure. Today we are discussing about increasing the FAR, TOD policies, and vertical cities. But that is one part. But another part is there. So this vertical cities is gonna cater to only one particular segment of people. But so as far as people with aboriginal incomes are concerned, they have to obviously stay in the areas which are far away from the city because of affordability issues. So government should focus on of these to make sure housing, it's in place.
Just to add on to what Mr. Pramod said, I think it is also very pertinent at this point to highlight the role of master plans or the spatial plans, as we understand, to form a connect between the national level schemes and policies, at the second time to join between how the spatial development is going to be. Because master plan comes up with not just a spatial plan, but also something which is called the zonal regulation or the zoning regulation, which is kind of very effective and kind of controls that how basically our urban fabric is kind of going to look in the future. So to kind of add on to which Mr. Pramod said that yes, land for affordable housing is available only in the periphery. So that is something that we'll have to kind of live with. How we kind of provide them with a correct infrastructure is one of the, I think, challenges that we need to look after. And the other point which was raised, I think that how does that development, those kind of developments merge with the local fabric, the local urban fabric, which probably will not be so high rise and will have a different kind of component altogether, is going to be something else that has to be kind of merged into. So I think just to add on to what Mr. Pramod said, that the master plans and zoning regulations probably have a very important role in bridging this, in forming a connect between national level plans, spatial development in terms of geographical development around the city, as well as kind of trying to keep the urban fabric or maintain the urban fabric or have a vision for the urban fabric, how we want to kind of go in the future. Yeah. So, Sindhu Shri, do we have time for one more question because it's 2:30?
Yes, we do. Let's take.
Yes, I think there's another question from Neela. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My question was to Dr. Senoj. So, I mean, Mr. Senoj. Sir, you very interestingly spoke about AI being the future in just about everything and including housing. So, I was interested in knowing what is the industry doing at the moment to, I mean, how is there anything that is happening in the realm of AI for the housing industry? That is one. And the part two of my question was, in what way can we prepare our students to sort of work with the AI, which is going to be the future of um, our industry?
Mr. Sanoj, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, guys. So what I would say is that AI is what people faced when industrialization happened in the 1940s to 1960s, when mechanical manual labor was transformed into machine labor to produce large amount of goods. Now we are moving to the next phase of evolution, where we feel that those machines are going to have some intelligence built in them. That's precisely what AI is. But also we need to know that when industrialization happened, the world population was hovering somewhere around 2 to 3 billion. Whereas today, it is hovering close to 7 billion and would reach about 10 billion by 2030 to 2035. So you have all the more things to produce, which cannot be done when a set of machines produce things and when human beings try to make sense and try to make decisions for machines to work. What AI does is that it offloads those mundane permutations and combinations to the machines. It is through algorithms, so there is some amount of ingenuity built into it. So therefore you're offloading something which today we believe is a creative work is being offloaded because that is becoming a mundane work. And therefore we will focus on sense making, which is basically once AI makes a decision how to implement, what is the leadership role that we have to play in getting communities together to adhere to the decisions which is derived from AI. So that is the role of AI. So let's not, in most cases, what happens is AI is getting overrated because AI, the moment I say AI, people compare to Star Wars. It's like we don't have to do anything, we just have to keep pressing buttons and everything happens by itself. That's not the AI. And I think even if it happens, it's going to be ages and ages away from where we are today. That said, when AI is introduced, the way to introduce AI into subjects is, I feel there will be a revision in our course structures in coming future, where machine languages, machine integrated languages will also become part of most of the vocational engineering and even architecture courses going forward, whereby you cannot work in an environment without relating to a machine language. So definitely there's going to be some kind of a shift and transient shift happening in the academics as well. The other thing what industry is doing is we've already started doing multiple attributions. What we're trying to do is we're trying to create databases from all our projects. We make simulations out of it. And once we simulate it, we kind of predict what could be the next project and at what cost and at what input cost, what output cost. We're almost able to predict it. But unfortunately, this entire analysis and prediction is currently done manually. We have not engaged an automated machine algorithm to do it. So yes, most of us in the private sector definitely are getting prepared with these kind of benchmarks. Okay. In terms of actually integrating the machine, most of our manufacturing is all robotized. When it comes to facades, when it comes to interior panels, most of them are on three-dimensional softwares. They are parameterized. They are very resource efficient. Wastages are of the tune of 3 to 5% only. Our tender quantities are to the accuracy of 3 to 5% today, 15 to 20% accurate. So we have to factor in wastages of 12% earlier. Now we don't factor it. We factor only 2 to 3% wastage from tender to actual quantities that is getting executed at the site. So you see where we are bringing together the information and the data to reduce wastages, improve efficiency, and be resource efficient and reduce carbon footprint.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry to take all your time. I guess I understood the mechanization part of the thing that has been computerized. But my specific question was: is the industry doing anything to understand the demography? And I got it. I guess you're saying it's not yet like on the computer, but surveys and studies of that is.
Yeah, so demographics and surveys and analytical predictions are way advanced, because what's happening is demographics and analytics is used heavily in non-related industries like retail, mobile telephony.
Right.
Those industries have already done a phenomenal amount of work in demographics. So we just have to hire. That's where I'm saying blockchain helps.
Right.
If every industry is trying to develop its own data, which is corrupted.
Okay.
If somebody has spent money, like for example, the amount of transactions that happen in Bangalore can be mapped to every user today. We tell you how many rupees per month a household spends in a retail environment per month.
Okay.
And even break that down to say what kind of products you buy. Is it groceries? Is it FMCG? Is it furniture? Is it fashion? Now, this entire data is available. The conversations that you do and the chat boxes that all of you engage in, we really can extract the interest levels. What is your focus in life? Are you an interested buyer to buy a home, or are you more interested in being a what you call rented accommodation kind of a person? The data is available, but thing is, we don't have the central data or a blockchain from where architects, planners, everybody can hire the same data and build a product so the product is relevant.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was quite insightful. Yes, do we have any other questions? I think we still have some time, I guess.
Ma'am, myself, I have one question. My name is Shruti.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, I was reading an article where it is said that the supply and demand gap, when it's considered housing, it is like very high for HIG and MIG. The amount of housing which is given for them is high when you compare to the LIG, because LIG, when I was reading, it was 48%, or only 2% is given for them. Why is it so?
Yes, I think that is also one of the points which was highlighted in Mr. Pramod's presentation, that 90% of the gap, I think, is seen in the EWS and the LIG housing. So yes, Mr. Pramod, if you would like to answer this question, that why do we find the gap in the LIG and the EWS section compared to the other sections? You are on mute. Mr. Pramod, you are on mute. Yeah.
So this all depends upon supply and demand in the market. So an LIG unit, so in most of the cases, what will happen, the units, LIG and EWS units offered by private developers cannot actually reach LIG and EWS in most of the cases. The same will be in public housing. In public, there is different issue altogether in public housing. But in private housing, what will happen, in most of the cases, we will not be able to build and deliver that type of product. So this is the reason for just based on the supply and demand what is there in the market. There is more demand for 2 BHK, 3 BHK units, and so that is the reason most of them in Bangalore, what they'll do, they'll have their first house. So then if they are looking at their second house, they will be looking at something which is going to be a rent yielding asset for them. So this is the reason, LIG and EWS are always, this is again a vicious cycle. They will never be able to afford and get into the race of these private developers.
And just to, I think, add to what Mr. Pramod said, is that is the very crux of the question that we are kind of probably trying to answer over here, that how to make housing cheap. Because at the end of the day, land comes at a particular price, for which probably one of the key points which has come out is that we kind of tend to move farther and further away from the city. And then comes the role of research or AI in terms of space, in terms of structure, construction material, and other things in which we are able to kind of make housing cheap. So probably the struggle or the challenge to kind of, bridge the gap of, or other trying to have provide housing where it is actually affordable, both situational and sectoral, is where probably the gap for EWS and the LIG housing kind of exists, to add to what the speaker already kind of said. Yeah. Sindhushi, do we have time for further questions?
I think we'll stop the questions now and we can continue.
Yes. If we don't have any other questions from the participants, I think
I have a question. I'm Kavita here.
Yes.
Based on the previous discussion, as said, most of these Pradhan Mantri Ayoj Yojanas are on, most of them are in outskirts, or say most of them end up being a greenfield developments, which leads to kind of a more land acquisition, reducing agricultural land also. So what could be the possibilities? Definitely there are, as of now, rehabilitations or retrofitting strategies happening. What could be done further to kind of stop that or reduce that?
So if I understand the question correctly, what are the alternatives to greenfield housing for the purpose of providing affordable housing in terms of alternatives, right? Am I understanding the question?
Yeah.
I think that is a very interesting question, and I would throw it open to any of the three speakers. I think the alternatives to greenfield, I think, yes, architect Sanuj is kind of on.
So I have a analysis to present, is that take a helicopter and fly over MG Road in Bangalore, and you will realize that the land utilization minus all the defense lands, because they are earmarked for defense purposes, the land utilization is lower than 50%, which means you still have land. So there are two things which is affecting us. One, there is, I would, speculative land pricing, which is unavoidable in a country like India, but in a country like Singapore, you cannot speculate. So therefore, land prices are controlled. Secondly, urbanization is not about decentralization. The concept of urbanization is about centralization, which means we'll get further density in this, to emphasize 5 and 6. Hong Kong density is about 740 per hectare. With the PPH is 740. Most of our towns are barely hitting 300, 350, even the densest. I think Bombay hits around 450. I'm not talking about Dharavi, which is not compared now. But otherwise, you're far lower. And is Hong Kong breaking down? No. That's because when you decentralize, there are two issues. One is the horizontal cost of laying your infrastructure is far higher than raising vertically. If I lay a water pipeline from the central city to the outskirts, rather than putting extra height to all the water carrying pipelines, it's much more pricier. So the infrastructure cost of greenfield housing is much, much higher. Secondly, when you do a greenfield housing, invariably the tendency is the lands are cheaper on the outskirts. So it is always a beeline of attraction for the underprivileged, which means from the income point of view. What are you trying to do? You're trying to move the most vulnerable society away from the center of work, and then asking them to pay for commute charges.
Yes.
These commute charges are extremely pricey because you can't subsidize box revenues. How can you subsidize box revenue? By reducing the quality of this transport infrastructure. So neither has the government the money to spend on infrastructure because I can't raise the ticket fares, I can't raise the box revenues. And therefore, now you have a whole lot of population who otherwise were at walking distance to their working places, have been moved to a larger distance. They have to incur larger cost of transportation. The kids don't have school, and then everybody is dispersed. Logically, what happens if a city is rightly planned, densification happens in the center for all income groups, and that's a case example in most of the cities, be it the sub-cities of London, be it Singapore, Hong Kong. Everybody stays together; they have their share of the pie. Now, if you are affordable, you are rich, you want to splurge, then you take golf villas, take large villas, and those are the things which go to the outskirts. Because then what happens is, though they can pay for resources, they can pay for travel, they can pay for commute, you can put express trains, you can put Sigma travel technologies, they can afford it. Therefore, you see that the city will bloom. The idea of decentralizing, urbanizing, but this question is a big question mark post-pandemic, because we need to see how to safeguard people who stay in high-density cities. So that's a different subject altogether. So the idea of pulling a city apart just because you get cheaper land, and secondly, what happens? Once the cheaper lands get habitated, those get to secondary sales, they come at CBD prices. And CBD goes much more higher. For what? But the CBD already has 50% vacancy. So the idea is, the first foremost request for urbanization is, if you've gone ahead with urbanization, go the full mile. Leave land for all kinds of people to share cities' infrastructure suitably. Put public infrastructure within the city so that even the poorest of the poor can travel well. They may not travel on private cars, but buses can be air conditioned. Your trains can be air conditioned. Of course, metro is a bliss. Therefore, the cities become more habitable. People will not desert cities. Now people are deserting cities. Even the people who cannot afford desert cities because of cost, people who can afford are also deserting cities because of the crumbling infrastructure. They want large, expansive, environment-friendly houses out in the outskirts. So we are not meeting both the requirements by expanding the extents of the city. That's the solution. An ever-expanding city is not a solution. It is just a deferment of a problem.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you for that was quite an insight. I think that's in the same lines that we have policies and we have components of transit-oriented development, TOD policies that are kind of now being kind of spearheaded and kind of promoted to kind of probably address that some of the points that architect Sanoj kind of mentioned in his talk. So I think now hand over the session back to Sindhushri. I think this will be the closure of the question answer session. So Sindhushri, it's back to you.
Thank you, Gargi. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers. This was indeed a very informative and a very good discussion, in fact. We now come to the next part of our program. We have a small valedictory event and a prize distribution ceremony for the competitions which were held as part of the World Habitat Day. I now ask Assistant Professor Rachna to take over and continue with the events. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Sindhushri. We had floated different competitions like essays and poster making and quiz for different categories like the students, UG and PG, Habitat Design alumni, and BMS CA faculty. We had received good responses. I thank all the participants for their active participation, and the results have been declared under these three categories. I personally thank all the jury members for their valuable time and inputs given in announcing the results. The results are here. In students category, for quiz, any guesses? Any guesses from the students? It goes to Harini, third semester MArch student. If Harini is here, I request her to switch on your camera. Congratulations, Harini. For poster making, we have Sindhu S, third semester PG student. Sindhu, are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
For essay writing, it goes to Shruti Patil, third semester MArch student. Shruti, are you here? Now let's move on to the second category, Habitat Design alumni. For quiz, it goes to Miss Architect Deepak, 2012 and 2014 batch. For poster making, we have Shilpa, 2018-20 batch. Congratulations, both of you. For essay writing, we have Aparna, 2013-15 batch. Congratulations to all the alumni. Now, the next category, that's BMS CA faculty. For quiz, any guesses? The prize goes to Maithili. Congratulations, Maithili. I request our director, ma'am, to hand over the prize.
Here, I congratulate all the winners, and your gift voucher will be reaching to your place. Anyhow, for our own faculty, since they are here, it's a pleasure for us to hand over in person. Yeah.
For quiz, it goes to Maithili. Congratulations, Maithili. For poster making and essay writing, we have the same winner. That's Rupa. Congratulations, Rupa, for winning both the events. Congratulations. Thank you so much, ma'am. Kindly note, as Director ma'am told, all participants would be receiving e-certificates for essay and poster making, even for the webinar. All the prize winners will be receiving certificates and the prizes will be reaching you in a couple of days. Now, I request Architect Rashmi to propose the vote of thanks.
Rajesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the winners. On the occasion of World Habitat Day celebrations, on behalf of BMSCA and Mark Habitat Design, I would like to thank the BMS Education Trust and the director, Dr. Mamta P. Raj, for all the support and encouragement towards conducting the event. The speakers, Dr. Mamta P. Raj, Architect Senoj V. Alexander, Mr. Pramod N.S. and Architect Gargi Ghosh for a very informative and engaging session. I thank Rohit for the invocation and also the BMSCA PG 2018 batch for their contributions towards making the monograph 2018. I thank the jury for judging the various events and all the participants who enrolled in the various competitions and have participated in the webinar. I thank our student coordinators, Shruti TS and Justice, for their contributions in organizing the event. I would also like to thank the tech support team, Mr. Santosh and Mr. Shivakumar, as well as Administration Officer Mr. Krishna Prasad and Account Section at BMSCA for their timely help towards the smooth conduction of the event. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all the alumni of BMSCA for their participation, and we hope to continue collaborating and working with you in the future. I would like to request everyone to mail their feedbacks, if any, to habitatdesignevents@bmsca.org. I would also like to thank all the student participants and my fellow colleagues and faculty for all their cooperation and wholehearted participation in the event. Once again, I'd like to thank all the participants for being here and being part of the BMSCA World Habitat Day celebrations. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you all. Can we leave, Rashmi?
Yes, ma'am. We can conclude the event now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.